Hello, everybody. We are back, I think. With more Idle Champions. Normally we play other games on Fridays, but I kind of want to get the guide updates done. I don't want to get a guide updates done, which means this. Oh, tired of the background image. Let's see. How badly? Let's see if we crash the stream by me trying to do this while we're streaming. Come on. Where's the background image? Because if we're going to crash the stream, we might as well get it done right away, right? Where did it go? Oh no, they put on their own monitor. Why do they always do that? All right. Oh, let me get Kyra in here. Maybe after Windfall and before Ashara. Uh-oh. Did I just lose someone? I might have just... I did. Oh no. I'm going to shrink the font by 1 pixel. Okay. Okay. Done. Hello, Delcoon, Rescue Panda, Ebons, J-Dog, Black Widow, Bioshakira. Hello. Try to support the game and get the founders pack. I need recommendations. Who to use the G's on? Hold on. Let me get. Wait, do we need to? No, we finished that. That's right. Let me just go in here. Here's what I need to do. I need to come over here and I need to look at the founders pack because I don't remember what's in it. Hey, apparently I have that. Wait, on sale. Okay. Where is... Man, wouldn't it be nice if you could search for something? Probably just called Founders Pack, right? Yes, there it is. Oh, so there are, right away, 2 epic golden potions. Yeah, like Bioshakira said, you're looking for capable speed effects. Or if you have Eliwick, I would put the first one on Eliwick slot 2 item or sword. Because that would get you to her gem goal faster. I know there's a lot of people who are like, but I think that's great. And then the other one, like if you flex Human in this event, Human slot 4 is a big one. Yeah. It's a big one to have epic golden. Things like that. I put one of these on Diana's speed item, but because I didn't put one of these. There was a chance to buy one in a weekly offer, so I took it. That's kind of different. I'm still chasing an epic on Eliwick's gem item, and it frustrates me. So I wish I had one of these. And yeah, a lot of people are saying to do Briv for the first one. No. I know why they're saying it, but unless you're at the point where you're chasing Briv's 4 jump, he doesn't need this. You need it on the other people first. I get why they're saying that, but they're coming at it from a long-term perspective and also presuming that you're going to do Briv gem farming, which isn't a guarantee. So yeah, I would stay away from that personally. Humon's going to give you a lot back for it. It's this one right here. See, I've got it. It turns it into rainbow eggs. And then Eliwick's going to give you a lot back for it forever. Like those two are going to give you returns forever. So, Sergeants, 5 steps across the quad. Ebon says, regarding the Dinar stun achievement not getting registered, Sean responded to a ticket that they have a fix coming soon. Yeah. I mean, I figured once they knew about it, they'd try to get it fixed. Hey, Dance Lover. But there are other ways to get golden epic potions over time. Like you'll end up with another one at some point, and you can always either use, you know, and if at a time when after, if you've made the decision to go for Briv gem farming, which is, I'm not even on this account. I'm not even close to that. I would be there. I would be closer if I had Eliwick slot 2 golden epic. That's the thing. This gets you so much more so quickly. Yeah. Would it be worth it to get the GE for Dinar and then full dismantle him for the potion? Some people do that. Again, if you want to, if you have the disposable income to grab like this one for, what is it, 840 platinum? No, that's, wait, what is this one? Oh no, this is, well, yeah, this is the minimum. This is like buying 6 chests for 840 platinum, and you get this one. You absolutely could, if that's what you wanted to do, or if another one of these had an offer like that, you know, for Dinar. I don't know what your random event one is. You can, again, it's all about like your amounts of disposable income. There are people that do that every event. They'll buy the GE pack for the champions, and for the reworked champion, and then they'll dismantle them and put the golden epic somewhere. People do that. There are people that do that every event. Doesn't buying something cancel the dismantle? So only if you, the only thing that cancels the dismantle, and this is what you'd want to check first, is to see if you had gone in and bought chests for Dinar. If you buy these, it cancels them. It just turns off the dismantle option, because they're saying, oh, you're going to invest event tokens into this champion. You must like them the way they are. There isn't a blocker though for like the platinum shop for some reason. So yeah, you got the platinum from the bundle. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, there's other things you could spend that platinum on, but yeah, you have to decide if that's what you want to spend it on. Yeah. It would give you another one. Like, do you have, here's the question is, do you have another target for that yet? I mean, you could always just get it in advance. Yeah, it's one of those things. Like I think familiars are like, you've got you know, a good chunk out of that founders pack. Like, you know, if you want to get some more familiars are always going to be great. They're going to be great for the entire time you play the game. Okay, what am I missing? I'm missing my notepad. My notepad. Hey, Shevik. All right, we're back from break. Wasn't sure if it was worth it to do it to save for things like familiars on discounts. Again, I like familiars. They last forever. I could do him on slot 4, which is epic already, but not golden. It would be worth it. And then Alex have it rare but shiny. So it's really worth it there, because what's going to happen is you're going to drop that golden epic on there. It's going to make it, well, golden and epic. But because it's already shiny, it's going to refund you a potion of polish that you can then put on somebody else. Because if you already have something shiny and then you make it golden, they give you back a shiny potion to use somewhere else. So that is a good use of it. So you definitely want to drop that on Eliwick. They don't stack. No. You're either going to 50% boost for the slot with a shiny or 100% with the golden. So they give it back because if you already have it shiny, people were like 50% more, like with the golden, like, oh, like if I'm paying for that, like the value isn't there, and they're like, oh, and then they refund the shiny so you can put it somewhere else. That sounds like a you problem, J-Dog. Yesterday we were updating the subathon list, folks. We added some stretch goals in case we actually make it to 1,000. 1,500 is dye the beard rainbow. Dye the beard rainbow. I'm curious, like if we dye the beard purple, like, and then we hit dye the beard rainbow, like it's got to stay purple for a limited amount of time. At least for some kind of amount of time to have been like, okay, well, we did that. I'm just not sure how long. Like when it starts to fade some, then do I go do that? I don't know. 2,000 became 100% the game, not including premium content. 3,000s get Briv back to 9 jump. Still need something at 2,500. Still need something at 2,500. And then I think I'd fill in the gaps with this kind of a similar stuff from up here. Still need to figure out these gaps, honestly. $25,000 subs to eyelashes rainbow. Lurking Rider, I don't think that's a thing. Eyebrows. And it's I think we meant, did you mean 2,500? And I think were you meaning eyebrows? I don't think you dye eyelashes. Does 100% the game include roulette wheel content? Yes, unfortunately. Unfortunately for me. Unfortunately for me, not only does it mean like the patron versions of Windfall's Unlock, it would also mean Duke Ravengard stuff. Is there anything on the list you actively don't want to do? No, I wouldn't put it on the list that way. I mean, look, I'll 100% the content. I will do that for a sub goal. I'll even get Briv back to 9 jump. It's hit 3,000 though. Like that's, so it's fine. Like these are, I wouldn't put it on here if I wasn't okay with it. That's the thing. I'm not doing the stuff where it's like, ooh, make me do something I hate. No, I'm not a masochist. That's right. Sadists are the one that like to hurt other people. Masochists like to hurt themselves. Isn't that it? How many subs to give up burritos for a year? No, see, this isn't how this works. If I held some platinum to purchase a Briv item, then it would be better overall. Well, look, who knows how long from now that's going to be. If this is the only spend you're ever going to make on the game, then yeah, you're going to want to hold on to it. But if you think you're like, don't worry about what might happen 3 to 6 months from now. Just focus on what you're doing right now. Right? Yeah, if it's your only spin, then sure, you could hold on to some, but you're also, remember, just logging in every day gets you some platinum, gets you 10 platinum. So yeah, I mean, you could just bank it, hold on to it, Like this account has like 826 that I'm sitting on at the moment, right? You just hold on to it. Look for something good. Every now and then, like if a good golden epic comes up, I grab it. If a good discount familiar comes up, I grab it. I want to mention that Fanatical as a charity bundle includes Peak and also Winter Burrow. Winter Burrow is pretty neat. Hold on, I'm looking. Yeah, Winter Burrow and Peak right at the top of the list. This is on Steam. Okay. I mean, the thing is okay. I mean, wait, what? Hold on, I'm gonna go look at this. What the hell? What's this one? I'm just thinking like there's only like 2 games there that I care about, but I'm trying to see if there's any others. I mean, that might not be the worst. Hold on. God dang it. There's also a multiplayer mini golf game, but is it multiplayer like on the internet? Or like multiplayer? Hold on. Basically, I'm like, would it be a good sub game, right? Doesn't really clarify. Looks like you can have some pretty big groups. All right. So it's got to be, yeah, it's online lobbies. Okay. How much would a GE normally cost in the weekly offers? Ooh. If I have one showing up, I don't. I think they're. Oh, you know what? I don't know off the top of my head. Maybe somebody has one that's popping up right now. I can answer that. Okay, so that bundle has at least 3 games I'd be interested in. And, you know, charity, of course, but you know. I'll put this over here. Look at that later. All right. Anyway, so we're still trying to figure out this and still trying to figure out these. I like the 50 and 150 and stuff. I was thinking Like, what if a couple of these were like stream starts 1 hour earlier? Like for the rest of the month? Like if this was, you know... Monday through Friday. March. Because it would be impossible to start 1 hour earlier on Saturday. All right, because I've got a paid stream on Saturday. We could do that for like the first 2, maybe? What's word attribute? I saw a word attribute, I just didn't know what it was. Hold on, let me look it up. Oh, interesting. Yeah. All right, I'll probably pick up that bundle. Probably pick up that bundle. We could do something like that, but like... I mean, I think those would be good starting ones, right? Is your Vecna favor to go from E23 to E25? I mean, you take what you can get, right? It doesn't feel... If you only went up 2 orders of magnitude, you might be able to scrape out another order of magnitude, but you're probably reaching the end of the line. All right, well, we will come back to this. People have ideas for this kind of stuff. Let me know. I need to nail that out before... I don't know. I mean, I'd want to get it done before the end of the month, clearly. But, I mean, I like to be able to give people a heads up the last week of the month. But March would be different. So, how easy will it be to go from purple to rainbow? Well, that's what I'm saying is like the rainbow would stay for a little bit. I don't know. We need to figure out. It depends on how, you know, how quickly it goes from purple to rainbow. Like if like we're talking about things that, you know, may not even happen. I would say it would probably stay purple a couple weeks at a minimum. And then what I'd have to, once we hit the rainbow goal, I have to find a place that, like a professional place to go to get my beard. They'd have to bleach it, and then they'd have to dye it. Because I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could do it myself. I don't think I could do rainbow myself. Purple I can do myself. Yeah, you have to bleach it first. Yeah. They would if it's purple, if it's currently purple, you can't just add, you can't add like yellow and red to purple. It doesn't work. Yeah. Yeah, because the first goal is here. The first goal is Dyebeard Purple at 500 subs. It would be Dyebeard Purple. That I can do myself. That I can do myself. That was what J Dog was asking. How easy will it be to go from purple to rainbow? It isn't. It isn't. So rainbow is at 1500. Currently. Maybe it should be at 2500. I don't know. So, yeah. Because you got to go back to something that's dyeable with colors from the purple. Because purple, the only place you can really go from purple is purpler or black. Like, that's it. That's it. Burn it and wash it. No. Trust me, you leave the bleach in too long, like the bleaching agent, it will fry it and it will fall apart. Yeah, absolutely. A beard perm? Yeah, I think you're saying that jokingly, but I believe there's a way to give it small curls. People do this. Some people do that for their beards. I've seen it. I've seen some people do it and actually looked pretty good, honestly. As a man with a beard, it seems like dyeing is a terrible... I used to dye my goatee all the time. When I had a longer goatee, like I would grow my goatee out, much like this, and I would dye it. It doesn't take forever to go away. I mean, as a beard, well, a beard this long, it would take... If I just left it to grow out, yeah, it's going to take a long time. It'll fade over time, and then what you do is you go back in and you have them bleach it again and then burn it some other color. But yeah, it's going to have to slowly grow out. Yeah. Fixer it in how I don't. This was back before phones, camera phone, like phones had, back before phones were everywhere, and like cell phones were everywhere, and B, before they had cameras on them that had any kind of decent quality at all. Well, this is why it's a sub goal. I don't have a problem with dyeing my beard, especially if it's raising money. Free, hey. Go find a Polaroid pen. Yeah. It's like, tell me you had disposable income without telling me you had disposable income. Not everybody could afford Polaroid film. Better give you a quick rundown of Thalora. Well, Thalora likes to be the centaur of attention. Here we go with the horse puns again. Here, hold on, let me get this out of the way. Her speed effect is she rushes, like she builds up rush stacks and then she rushes forward, but she does it based off the favor you have in a campaign. So like right now, my favor is E52, which is what's making the max rush area 52. As we're progressing, I'm gaining rush stacks. I have a feed in that makes it every 5 areas I get a rush stack. Normally it's every 10. But doing this basically then means the next time I start, it'll say like I just need, you know, it goes to the lower number basically. Is it going to your rush stack number or to your rush area number, whichever is lower? So you basically skip that many areas when you start the adventure. You get all the boss bags and stuff, which is why we do it, because it makes us gems faster. In terms of buffing, she buffs the column behind her, so directly behind her. She is a tank, so that means your DPS has to be in the second column. She's got a ramping buff based off her attacking but not killing, which she's not a DPS, so when you're pushing, it's not going to do anything. She's got a champion like build around for the formation, like certain types of champions that you want to spec to help. She has this unique ability where the generic feats you assign to her apply to the champions adjacent to her. So right now, health, 15 health is also going to Eliwick, Strongheart, and Human alongside before then Thalora shares her health. They're getting both then, right? They're also getting this attack cooldown, but they're not getting anything that's specific to her, like her Strength of the Luma or her speed effect. So it creates an interesting situation where you can, you know, you can get people to values that, like, for like, if you have tanks in the front line, you could slot health and overwhelm, and that boosts both the, like, if you had a 3 tank front line, you put her in the middle, you're boosting the other tanks as well as yourself, which is interesting. She's not, like, that's pretty much it. She's not used a whole lot outside of speed groups. You know, she's not a major buffer, but she has a place in gem farming for sure. Lucky Rider says it took my dad about 6 weeks before his beard went from dark purple to lavender, and another month or so to go back to its natural white. Oh, see, there you go. That was with daily washing with no bleaching. Yeah, eventually the dyes will wash out. So, it'll fade out. X Noodle, 40 steps across the quad. You're almost there. 10 more steps to go. You can slap your hand on the wall. Should do a big favor push to get my favor as high as possible, then for more rush. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you do when you're, like, I do that in my forge runs, like when I'm going to upgrade, it just kind of happens naturally whenever I go to upgrade legendaries, that we end up raising the favor, and then I have to adjust things because I've got a familiar down here on click damage. And so that's determining how far, well, that was determining kind of how far we go, but now I'm just using it based off how many areas that it takes to reset, like get her stacks back, and then I'm having it reset, and that's being pretty efficient. Because the problem with Thalora is once she's given you her rush, that's the only speed you get for the entire run. So you don't necessarily want to go super deep with her, because that just means that's more time where you're inefficient, right? So it kind of changes how you figure out your reset for a gem farm. You still, Brave gem farm is completely different, but yeah. So I have a shorter run, and it's limited not by my click damage, but by where she's rushing to. Could just use Kool-Aid. No, not for a sub goal. And the colors don't look that good. What are we at anyway? 10,000. Okay, so I need to update. We need to start with, click the wrong button. Bruner, the tutorial dwarf. All right, core champs. I guess I could just go through them alphabetically. Let's just do them alphabetically. I'll make it easy for me. Guess this means I need to pull up. I need to pull up my main account. What should you do with the polish now? Hold on to it for the moment. I mean, if there's another, if you've got another speed champion, like if you have like Sentry needs one on our slot, needs gilding on her slot 3. You could put it there. Or Diana on her slot 2 if you don't have a guild there. I would do Diana first. So it just depends on who you have. Again, I wouldn't unless you have everybody else gilded, and Briv is last. Okay, pop in over here. I still have not leveled up that lawful core on my main account. I'm still mad at it. Not its fault, but still mad at it. Okay. Come on, Whittle, Thalora, Allywick, and Calyx. Yeah, I would hold on to that shiny then. Oh no, I'm aware he's by far the biggest. I didn't say anything about that. I'm just saying he's the last thing you would want to put things on. So, why is? Oh, because this is my main account. Oh, Will Thalora. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna want to pick up if you're gonna eventually like, well, just for pushing in general and overall progress, you want Diana soon. Like, if I'm hoping you already got Hank from Tales of the Champions. Use some of them time gate pieces and pick up Diana. Diana's huge. Diana's gonna have, she has a speed effect, which is where you'd want to park that potion of polish, that shiny. But also she gives you Electrum chest to help you gear up champions to blue. So, yeah. She's basically, when people start the game, I tell them, your first champion you need, like, the first champion you need to get is Allywick, the second champion is Diana. It used to be Hank and then Allywick and then Diana, but Hank then was put in Tales of the Champions, so everybody can get Hank for free. So you get Allywick and Diana right away. Because Allywick's going to give you gems, and Diana's going to give you Electrum chest plus speed, and then Hank's going to give you all the time gate pieces. And then you start building a speed party, basically. And you're going to want, like, you know, yeah, as you get more familiars, you're going to want to pick up some different champions. Like, you're going to want BBEG and Sentry. You want Diana first, but BBEG and Sentry, they work well with Human. You don't need them right now because Human's buff from this event. If you can clear tier 3, Human's speed effect is going to be ridiculous. It would still be worth it, yeah. Yeah. It would still be worth it. Okay, I need to check. What dodger is there? Is there anything? Straw, he doesn't have, he's never gonna have the int for that. He wouldn't be in this. Okay, so those are correct. That goes away because we don't care about that, right? Why did I put global BPS buff not? He doesn't. He's not supported. Jeez, by Shakira, why are you yelling? But yeah, you would want to get Diana right away. You can get, you'll get enough time gate pieces between now, hopefully now and before the event ends to flex your final champion in the event. It'll be fine. Yeah. Has Hank hit his cap, basically, I guess is the question, because Hank will have a cap and you can read it, like, it's what, 89 right now. So like if he's not at 89, then you kind of want him in your gem farming party until he gets to his cap, and then No, Rescue Panda, you never want to do that. The people that used to say that were giving you bad advice. Giving you bad advice. This does not have an item. Oh, yes, it does. Yes, it does. Okay, sorry. This is both there. Okay, I'm looking at both of the spectrums. Okay. I was going to pretend I was yelling for emphasis. Yeah, it suddenly became that meme of the girl at a concert yelling at, like, talking real loud in the guy's ear. Yeah. It's funny. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Is he still at 11 feet? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Okay. And all the level upgrades are going, what? I don't do that anymore. Okay. This is now changing. Just showing the most recent one. Okay, next up. Alphabetically speaking is a Shara. All right, this one could be more complicated, I guess. I don't think. Yeah, she hasn't gotten any feats that are going to help her at all. That. that. Do the Ren sprint sheet. What about the neutral champions? Those are your wild cards. So if you find yourself at a higher area and you're having issues like towards, you know, the end of it, and maybe you don't have a full formation, you can slot in the wild cards. But you really want to kind of try to do it without them so that you've got as many as you have, you know, whatever ones you have in possibly, you know, in reserve, just in case. Yeah. But you don't want to use them early. Like you want to, you know, it's just they're there to add when you run into trouble. You don't have a full formation. Okay, did they change her bonds at all? I mean, I think they do kind of do constantly, don't they? Oh, dang it. God dang it. Wait a minute. Oh no, yeah, no, I got this is right. There's now Dwarven. Oh no, they changed it. Dwarven and Elven. Potpourri, Aarakocra, Centaur, Dragonborn, Fearball, Lizardfolk, Minotaur, Satyr, Tiefling, Turtle, and Train. Okay, no, it's all still the same. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. I don't like how this is presented. Why is this presented in here in a way that is different than every other time I do spec choices? This needs to change. This needs to change. Yeah, we need to go back to this. Excuse me, pardon my excuse me. Oh, see, it says dwarves and elves. That's right. Bond. James Bond. I wish. Okay. Increase the damage of... Human champions. Dwarven and elven champions. Good draw. Okay. What's the base value? Isn't the base value supposed to be like 100 before the item or something? Should have done. I should have opened up my other account. So maybe I'll do that. Rescue Panda, I mean, that sounds like a way to like start runs off and stuff, yeah. If you're talking about like a Modron farm, I think you said you didn't have that many familiars? Well, not 1, 2. Yeah, I mean, that would take 9 familiars. So, but if you're starting off, well, but when you're actively playing, you want to be completing content because that's the fastest. That's the most efficient way to earn gems is by. Yeah, you're gonna use as long as that's what you're doing. Yeah. Until Hank has hit his cap on time gate pieces, and then every 3 days you throw him in again to grab another time gate piece. But, yeah, what happens with Dark Urge? I have no idea. I don't use the Dark Urge ever, so I don't know what would happen there. So I'm not the person to ask on that one, unfortunately. No, that's not. Okay. First special choice. Like that. Specialization. Yes. Yeah, it shouldn't. They should still be. So Dark Urge would still be locked to their alignment. In terms of assigning, because it's not. You got to understand that Ren's Unlock doesn't prevent you from using champions. It doesn't prevent champions from being in the variant. It prevents you from using them in certain sections of the variant, which that's not what Dark Urge. That shouldn't be what Dark Urge is. Like Dark Urge is like passive, gets them into variants they don't qualify for. It's not that it doesn't. It's not that it lets you use them no matter what the variant, the internal variant rules are. It's the getting in the first place. But yeah. That's what you got to keep in mind. All right. Now that I'm back on, and let's put this up in picture. Hey, there's a Shara throwing out some magic missiles. I gotta double check. Am I magic missile? It's magic missile. That's 300% base. Okay. Yeah, since everyone qualifies, it's just an internal thing where it's, you cannot be allowed in a certain section. And that's not what his thing does. Now I don't know what it would have been because now it's been upgraded. Dang it. I think that's why we didn't... That's why I left it off. Yeah, we're leaving it off. Okay. Bond, James Bond. No. I want Bond, Ashara Bond as a skin one day. Oh, I forgot to, dang it. I'm gonna do that too, okay. I need to post it then. Come on. Right, that's what I'm doing later. Okay, half and half is half elf. Why do I have this backwards? Half elf, half orc, and half lanes. Sonic Species is this gigantic list that we're gonna have to double check. Short folk is this list that we're gonna have to double check. Okay, so let's double check this one. We got Asimar, Bullywug, Doppelganger, Nasi, Gith, Goliath, Aragon, yes, Alistar, Sorial, Tabaxi, yeah, that's still correct. Thrycreen, we're missing Thrycreen. Warforged, Modron, and Elon teaching. Okay. Short, Fairy, Gnome, Goblin, Halfling, Kobold, Nerds, and Plasmoid. Okay. Good. Hey, Onyx. Leveling Modron course takes forever. Yeah. I'm only at 12 on the new account, but it's still the fastest I've ever leveled one on a new account. Apparently Ashara makes... Wait, Dinar makes Ashara even more bird strong now? Is it counting? Oh, it gives her a stack? Hold on. I'm putting them in my Ashara for me. It does. Oh my god. Dinar's bringing Ashara back. Dinar's bringing Ashara back. What point would you consider Briv to be better than Calyx? Rescue Panda, that's not how Briv works. Like, Briv isn't, you don't just throw Briv in and suddenly he's better. There isn't a point at which that happens for general speed needs, like for starting off adventures and stuff. Because Briv has to build up stacks for his speed effect to work, and he only gets stacks if you're getting hit. So for like jump farming, it's a very specific situation. But in regular general pushing usage, unless you're going, like if you were doing a deep push where Briv was going to be your primary tank, I would still start with Calyx until things slow down. Then you put Briv in, and you get Briv's jumps through the difficult areas if he even triggers. Right? Like Briv's a whole other thing. Onyx wants the Dinar TLDR. Dinar is gonna bring a lot of formations, make a lot of things possible again. Like right now, I just looking at Ashara, he is gonna bring back Ashara DPS potential because he adds a stack to any champions that collects stacks. Dinar adds one to. So when it comes to something that he's really strong with champions that don't normally get lots of stacks. And because of that, their stacks are powerful. So like Folk Hero, like Will's Folk Hero, Dinar just gives an extra stack to Folk Hero to let you get to 4 easier. It still caps at 4. Ashara needs at least 4 champions to be bonded with. Well, now Dinar gives you +1 to both of the spec choices. I have 2 champions in the formation, yet I've got a first bond potpourri at 3 already and a second bond at 1. It's ridiculous. So there are going to be situations where it's real big. So the smaller the number of stacks, usually the stronger the stacks are. And so Dinar is going to be good in those formations. Places where there's lots and lots of stacks, they're going to apply less. It's not going to matter as much. You're just going to have to figure out, like, where, we're going to be figuring out where Dinar works and does fun stuff in for a while. Dinar can feel exotic and potpourri? Well, wait, what? Oh, did Dinar have a feat? Oh, he's got the Aasimar feat. Interesting. Yeah, so if you were doing exotic and potpourri, you'd be at, even with just Dinar and Ashara in the formation, you just suddenly have 3 stacks for both of those. Yeah, that's wild. Well, the Folk Hero specifically says it caps, so at 4. Okay, let's go back. Oh, did this change? These damage numbers are not the same. What? Oh, because she's bonded. Dang it. I bonded her. Dang it. Restart. So yeah, Dinar is going to be interesting. The thing is they don't look interesting when you put them in and level them up because their actual buff isn't very great. So they don't look interesting, but they are. But they are. Hate to rate you, Dinar, you don't look interesting, but you are. Because basically their strength is going to come from outside of their kit. Okay, so they changed Ashara at some point, and I never updated the guide. I used to have it at 1 EO9. It's actually 3.02 EO9. Just strange. It's just a little over tripled her damage at some point. Oh, I bet it's... Wait, do we have a... Is there a weekend buff? It is. God dang it. The weekend buff's throwing everything off. Never mind. It was right at 1. There's a freaking weekend buff. Throwing her numbers off. 200% for the bonds, of course. Of course. Right when I wanted to upgrade stuff. Okay. Update stuff. Yeah, Dinar would affect take flight stacks, I would think. But the problem is, well, hold on. Let's see. Because I don't think she gets... No. Only once the formation's under attack. Take flight doesn't even exist until the formation is under attack. So, I'm looking at it right now. It's not even here. Doesn't show up. So, yeah. Still got to be under attack, but then you'd get to your cap faster. Okay. Oh, God. Oh, I did do that, didn't I? I put a table right in Ashar's guide about glitch feeds. Which was, I mean, it makes sense. But it needs to be its own. It really needs to be its own guide. There's just so many of them now. Not on to the to-do list. Yeah, species feeds. Not happening anytime soon, though. Ugh. Yeah, it's easier to make a guide of like that's about species feats, and then just note for each of the feats who that might. That's easier than to update than to just put it in every freaking champion who needs it. Like, God dang it. so let's see. Well, these are... Yeah, I'm not, folks, I'm not trying to make that guide right now. I just need to update this one. So how many? Here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19. I'm apparently way off. Okay. Okay. I think I want to redo this guide then. I want to redo how this is done. I want to take away bench seat and add a second for the people who have 2. I have gear on Diana when I have unlocked her. There must have been like a specifically named Diana chest that you got through some kind of code that put gear on her. That's how that works. I'm just gonna dump this. Full blue with an epic? Nice. That's wild. That's really weird. Somehow you must have gotten named Diana chests. But I don't understand. Yeah. Yeah. 2 years a weekend. Yeah, but those are usually group codes, so not usually specific. Okay, let's get this. I'm going to use an external site and see if they have all the information correct. Just going to be interesting. Most of these, they had more than I had. They had all the ones I had, but then they had more, so we'll see. There have been more that got added to the games. I'm gonna double check this list with the in-game collection. Let's see if it'll let me. If it'll let me. Should check that first. No, I don't think this is right. That's how it's been? Nope. Nope, I got it flagged wrong. Okay. I thought, okay, this is why I don't like using external sites. All right, sort and filter. Effect. Add tags is the effect. And then we have to find the ones that specifically... Should unlock Calyx to help in unlocks? I don't know what that means. I don't know what you're trying to say. Are you specifically saying you think you need Calyx for rent for the Ren unlock? I mean, that might be true, but okay. So Nayeli is correct, which would become Githyanki and Triton. Hey, Mango. Myope has hair that's gone. I mean, hair and gone. And Goblin. Itch is a centaur. Birdsong is Warforged. Someone else? No. Scotty Bree. Dwarf. Wolfgar, also dwarf. Dinar. Ass and... He's definitely an ass and more. Wait, no, that's not what that means. Shandy. Relaxing. Avram. Gnome. Sentry. Avalar. Also. Along with UMT. Okay. Yeah, this in-game tool works way better. I don't need to look at outside websites. We got sorting in here. I wish it went specifically to species, but it's still working just fine. And fairy. That would be also awesome, right? Kira. So, and Aarakocra. Hen is Tiefling. And Genasi. Miria, also a Tiefling. Strongheart can be a Dragonborn. Will can be a Tiefling. Dark Urge can now be human. I don't have him on this list. Huh. I'll just put him here. Okay. Yeah, those were wrong. What else? Nahara? Wait. Oh, yeah, no, because they're counting undead. That's not a species. Maybe that's maybe what they're doing. Rest. Yeah, it's not in here yet. No. Alright, hey Lediath. Hens doesn't help Ashara? I don't care. This literally says here's a table of the current species adding feats. It doesn't say that feats that help Ashara. Someone mentioned Calyx seems he buffs active party when it about sure, but it's not by much. Yeah, Thri-Kreens are now in Forgotten Realms. I understand how J-Dog, I understand how Ashara works. I literally said, here's a table of the current species adding feats. It doesn't say that help Ashara. So it's going in the table. I don't care. People can get mad about it. They can piss right off because eventually this table is gonna go away from her guide. It's gonna become its own guide. And then I'll just link to that guide here from here. And people can figure it out on their own. Okay. I need to know what they're... Do I care about their base? Oh, we do need another base species. Okay. Avron's what? Avron's half-elf. Bird songs at the back. See, I think Calliope's a half-elf too. Yeah. Everybody's human. Dragonborn. Billy's a halfling. Avalar's a tiefling. Hitch is human, right? Yes. Mir is the Shatterkai or something? Yes. And the other way. They put elf and then Shatterkai. I put Shatterkai, which is elf. Alright. Nyla's human. Yeah. Oh, he's a halfling, right? Why? Yeah, okay. What is she again? Half-elf. Reborn, but that's not even a thing that matters in this game. Currently, he's human. What is it? Hwam. What is Hwam? Whatever that means. I feel like Shaka being my highest damage is awkward. Yes, you've done something wrong. I hate to blame it on you, but it's all your fault. It is all your fault. Shara and her 7 feet. 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh no, there's an 8th. What did she get added? Oh my god, there's another one. Have bonds of Kirsabal. Actor, yes. Spellmaster, yes. Wait. What? Inspiring leader. She never had the 25%. Okay, that's what's going on. They figured out she never had that when they added it back in. All right. That's going to be like 12,500 pounds. Yeah. Okay. Level upgrades going away. We don't do that shit anymore. Alright. There we go. Take a little longer, but... Okay. Another one down, another one down. All right. Who's up? Brunor's up next on the alphabetical list. Oh, that was bad. 2206. Yes, that's. The next update is 2206. Someone got my password without my permission. The third team you're running up. Oh, okay. Man, this is really old. How's the notes in the wrong place? Pisses me off. But I had it right down here. Oh. Ask me, what were you doing? Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. None of that's changed. Level upgrades, go away. Away. And we're done already. All right. Bruner, done. Who's up next alphabetically? Calliope. Calliope's done. Calliope's going to be next. February 15th, 2026. Real quick, where are we at on the gem farm? 22,000 gems. That's a notary pop. Come on. Falling behind. Notary. Coming in, notary. What do we get? What do we get? Empowering West. Sure. Whatever. I find it interesting that neither of the options, none of the options for the group chest unlock put the feet at the top. The feet's always at the bottom. And yes, I know anatomically speaking, feet usually are at the bottom, but this is not, this is a video game. Plus, it depends on what position you're in, honestly. Oh, we leveled up. Modron core leveled up. Wow, that was a good directed T. All right. We're at 13. We are at 13. Okay, we're turning this off for a little bit. Turn this off for a little bit. Let's burn this stuff. Where are we at? Sentry. Let's see who's getting upgrades. And get her to 200 average item levels. 184. Okay. All right. Boom. We just did 569. Nice. XP over the cap. All right. This changes a lot. We now have opened up this entire bottom segment and around into the corner here. And I'm actually at a point where I might want to try skipping this, like going straight up here so that we can dip into that later. So let's clear. And we're going to rebuild from scratch. All right. So I think, therefore I am. In an ideal situation, type this out as ideal. We would, no, it wouldn't do that. It would do this, but we'd come over here and around like this, and like this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. Don't think we'd be enough. I don't think we'd have enough flow to light that up yet. So we just come up like this. And this would be the first section. So we'd leave this for later, we'd leave this for later. But hopefully we'd be at epic flow by the time we dipped into this. See if we can. Let's see if we can make that happen. All right. No. Wait, no. None of these are the proper ones. So we just click there, and this is what we want. Okay. That's not the right one. So we look over here. Oh, let's just not sort by rarity, and that probably help. Wow, we don't have the good one that we want. We want a 20%er and we don't have it. That's frustrating. Okay, this is probably going to be a whole frustrating situation, quite frankly, because we probably still don't have the pipes for this. We probably still don't have the pipes for this. Oh, we have that one though. 333.3 coming in hot. All right, we're already up to blue flow. We already blew that flow. Okay. Hold on, do we have another? We don't have another. Okay, so this can't be what I want it to be. That can't be a cross. Or else things get really spicy if that was a cross. It is not. Okay, so we need to look at what our options are. That's an innie, not an outie. Let's see if we have the right outie, kind of like that. Audi 5000 G. Alright, and then we're doing... Well, I mean, it's a 10%. Why not just do... You know, we want to use the directed wherever possible. That gives us upgrade potential later. Yeah. There's that one. Look at this flow. 13 already. Just tempting to light that up. Well, we're not going to do it. We're gonna hold strong. We're gonna stay strong. For the biggest flow possible. If your flow is white, green, blue, purple, or red, then you may wish to seek out medical advice. But if it's orange, you're fine. You're just fine. Apparently, per J-Dog. Oh my god, this is the right one. Oh my god. Looks like we made it. Well, at least through this part. At least through this part. I feel like we're... Oh, now we gotta recombine and we can't. Oh, we can! Oh, we can! We did it! We did it! Oh my god, folks. The perfect situation. We're at 310 flow by the time we're lighting up our first node. Oh, this needs to change. Hold on. We're going to be higher than that because I forgot to put this one in. 372. That's what we were looking for, folks. Don't forget to save the layout, yes. Level 13. This is the big rebuild, and it's looking good. And look, we skipped these doublers, right? Sometimes the doublers are bait because you need to like do something you don't want to yet. So sometimes you avoid the doublers. Sometimes. Okay. This is the one we want. Boom. Look at that. Nice magenta. A little magenta flow action going on there. They did drop us down from 372 to 223, but that's okay. That's okay. We're still coming out hot. Now what we want to do is build like a flow buffer through here that exits to the... We would love to go over here and then loop around and build. Ooh. Okay, let's see what we can do. This is... No. I really would like this. But we don't have any more left, so I can't. God dang it. God dang it, you guys. Could this go like here? Let's find out. I mean, it can, but will it work out well for us? Was the last of those I had? Oh no. Okay, so not the greatest detective agency. This one. This one. Then we would like one of these again. I want to... No, we're already purple, so we're going to use one of these. Okay. Yeah, because we're nowhere near supercharging, so... Big stretch. Okay. Come around this corner. Now we don't have... Yeah, we don't have any more crosses left, so... Bring on to this. We have another one of those. Oh, orange flow! Woot woot! Yeah. Oh, look at that. It's so pretty. All we've done is gold so far. Oh no, we did this one damage all champions. Okay. All right, It's not that bad. No. Doesn't feel that bad. No, these are all bad. So can we do one of these instead? Like this? Yes. All right. And then can we split this way? Yes. Okay, 903 about to combine with 34. Woot woot. 73 over here. Oh, please tell me we have these combiners, or else this whole thing is just ruined. Or else the whole thing is ruined. Oh no, there's only one. Okay, we're up to 14 hundo. But that was the last one I had of those. So this can't go the same way. The only option would be this. We do. We have one. We have one. 2220. We could turn all that into 2220, folks. Oh my god. I feel like we could split 2220 through all the rest of these nodes and we'd be a full epic for the rest of this. Hey. We'd be full epic for the rest of this, doing nothing but splitting. I think that's a thing. I think that's probably what's gonna happen. Right? Like, what if we just do white pipes for the rest of this? I need a splitter here. I mean, I'll look for good stuff for the splits. Yeah, I mean, that's a little ridiculous. Oh, drop back down to purple. Uh-oh. Oh no. Right. Yeah. Still at 18 by the time we got there. Okay. Let's see what we can do over here. That's the last one of those I have. Oh no. Oh no. Do I? Wait, no, because we didn't have to split that. We could just go there. I was just thinking I go through the doubler, but are we gonna need to? You know what? Let's do it like this. Dang it. Dang it, probably. Looking good so far, folks. Looking good so far. There we go. Is all the way? Yeah, purple all the way. 26. Oh, you work so good. Gonna be golden. Look at that. Boom. Oh. Okay. I think I accidentally. Oh, I saved. You can say the same name multiple times? Oops. All right. Apparently, there's only 10 saves per core. I mean, that makes sense. Okay. So this is fully piped. EO5 gold, E14 all champs damage, and a bunch of other bonuses. So what's going to open up at 14? We're at 60 flows. So yeah, no, we're full epic through the rest of this because we've only got to split into 4 more nodes. We're so good. We're so good. I explosive, we hit 13, which let me repipe the whole thing, and we're full epic on all the nodes. We're not, despite these being orange, they're not into bonus flow. It takes 1,000 flow to do that. And while we hit like 20, we hit a good number, 2,200 here. It wasn't going to be enough to get us by the time it splits. Well, I don't really care about supercharging. We're just trying to get full epic, and we're there now. How much longer do you think it's going to be until your starter compendium is completely updated? All of the the new player reference is up is up. It's updated. That's what you mean. I posted it yesterday. We finished it yesterday. So that is now updated to current state of the game. Yeah. So right now, right now we can go back out here, and now we're getting that that speed node, putting us over the 10x cap with Shandian. So we're good. We're great. So now we go back to gem farming. That's going to speed us up and make us more gems. It's going to make us more gems. Right now I'm going through and updating the actual champion guides. So I've done the start, like I did all the 101 guides, and I did the new player reference. I did the guide. I reviewed the guide to event planning. It's as good as it's going to be for now. So now I'm on to the core 12 champions, which I'm doing them alphabetically. Calliope is next. And Calliope's next. Once we're done with the core 12, we'll move on to the evergreens. Once we're done with the evergreens, the big slog begins because it's 139 event champions. Yeah. That's going to take a while. But we could probably knock out all the core champions today if I stop screwing around. But hey, we had to upgrade the core. We had to update the core. It was worth it. It's so worth it. It's going to get us so many more gems. Now that we've got both the speed nodes hooked up, I have access to right now. And then when we're pushing with it, it's going to do way better. It's going to do way better. It's got every node hooked up in Epic. Is that full golden epic? Is that what that is? Evil Emperor's Reserve. 300 platinum weekly offers. Nice. Okay. The problem of putting goldens and stuff onto Carlock is she doesn't scale with gear well at all. So I love my Carlock, but it's kind of a waste. All right, Calliope, where are you at? Where are you at, girl? Where are you at, girl? Calliope, where are you at, girl? Put all of these. Let's just switch all these to the core champions so I don't get confused. All right, there we go. Calliope in the formation. The ult cooldown is the only one you care about. Yeah. Like it's really the only item you need an epic on, and I don't know that. I mean, if you get a golden epic on it, yeah, you only got to put like 126 item levels into her, into that item, and it caps. Sure. But that's the only item that you care about. What stage level should I aim for while unlocking? You mean in a time gate? That depends on you. There's a lot of factors. You're trying to in a time gate, you're trying to, like, you know, what can you quickly get in terms of 100 area goals? Like, can you get to 200 quickly? Can you get to 400 quickly? Can you get to 600 quickly? I don't know. You don't want to like a super hard push, but you want to grab the hundreds, like 100, 200, 300, 400, because that's where you get the silver chests. What is quickly exactly? You tell me. Basically, you don't want to sit there and be trying to grind and deep push. That's not what, you know, I don't recommend that for stuff. So like how quickly, you know, how far do you go with your speed group, and then you switch into your pushing group, and like, are you close to 200? Are you close to 400? Like, you switch and just push a few areas, sure. But if you're just past a break, like if you're at 305 and your speed team's like, we're done, man, then you're fine. Like, you've got to figure that out. No, they're doing it right now, F Bexel. Yeah, they're doing it right now. They didn't have Diana in, so we all went, what? Go get Diana. But they have like Eliwick, and they got Human. It's just like, you know, they just hadn't picked up Diana yet. So Diana's gonna be good. Gonna be good for them. All right. I should use more of the Electrum chest. 3:45 right now. The E1 versus the. Oh yeah, yeah. Then you just keep going. Yeah. Yeah, so you keep going, but that's, you know, again, it's up to you. It's like how, you've got to be able to judge, like, how far can I go quickly? What is quickly to me, like, subjective. What time for you people to stop for the night and go to sleep? All right, I get it. Yeah, go till you hit a wall. Like, you go till you hit your speed wall, and then you judge, like, well, am I close to another 100 area breakpoint, or did I just pass one? Or am I somewhere in the middle? Like, if you're close, switch to pushing team and get it. But if not, don't bother. Hey, we're not. I'm 50. I stay up past 9 things. How dare you? How dare you come for me like that? All of her stuff is fine, I think. Well, that's okay. Sleep is not for the weak. I love my sleep. 11. Oh, I only have 9 feeds for her. It's going to be the glitch feed. No, I have a glitch feed in here. Oh, no. Oh, no. What am I missing for Calliope? She must have got something that in a pack. There's Inspiring Leader, Prodigal Leader, Clinic, Combat Healer. There's Overland Tune. Dark Inspiration. Sheet music. Why are those backwards? Really weird. Wound Master, Song of Protection. Paragon glitch. Oh, I don't have the Goblin glitch. Okay. I don't have Scholar? Because she just got that recently. Okay. Alright. Where was that? Was that in... Corrupted Gems. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I couldn't get it. Thayon Enclave. Holy Poe. Jesus. Okay. Hey, Ratscan. Okay. Calliope is done. I mean, Calliope. It's Calliope. Updated. Update complete. Alright, who's up next, alphabetically speaking? Celeste is. Hey. Alright. Where are we at on gems? Do I have enough? I do. We just hit notary pop. Boom. What feat did I get? Abyssal sensitivity. For Havilar. Alright. That's more item levels for Sentry. 188. Getting up there. Getting up there. Alright. Everyone is trying to feed. If nobody cares, you're a support. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2, 3, 4, 5, 9. 12. Am I missing? Is it immolation? No, I have immolation. Dark Revelation. That's the one. That's what I'm missing. Gonna be situational. The one that switches her alignment to evil. Whoa. Alright. I want Tzatziki. Why? Wait, do I speak Greek? Do I? Did I say something in Greek? I can say Euro. I think. Did I pronounce it right? I think I got Tzatziki right, but I could be wrong. I could totally be wrong. Ah, now I want a Euro. No, I want a Euro. Oh, no. There's a little like fast food Greek place down the street from me that I've gone to before. It's actually pretty good. I think it's. I just don't go there that often. I should go there more. Okay. Delina. Who? Delina. Who? Delina is up next. February 13, 2026. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Five, 7, 9. Okay. He's gotten absolutely no love. It's the last time I did this. Alright. Just cleaned up the formatting a bit. And we're done. Already. Poor Delina. I mean, it's not as bad a place as our friend Jamila, though. Who's up next? Jam Jam. Time Gate King of Shadows in, or was it a choice from a natural? It was a giveaway over the holidays. If they were a giveaway. Would you think manually time gating, in other words, because it works so well with fallbacks? If you're doing fallbacks as your main group, then absolutely. I think King of Shadows is kind of key for the fallbacks group because Anson can't be the one tanking. But you need to put Anson next to King of Shadows so that King of Shadows damages Anson to ramp up Anson's buff. Still understand why they gave us so many pure DPS champs in the core champs. Sometimes me either. I didn't understand it back then when I was forced to play it for a very long time before we had, you know, 2 champions in every bench seat. That took a while. That took 12, the better part of a year. I won't say it took 12 months, but it took the better part of a year. Maybe it might have even taken longer because I don't know if they aimed for doing everything. I'd have to go back and look at the release schedule. Yeah, it was rough. It was a rough time. It's a rough time. But I mean, the fact that, you know, Jamila's just really, really bad. Arguably the worst DPS in the game. Doesn't really matter. I know people get upset because people like Jamila and Jamila's content creator. But, you know, it's just, she's a core champion. She was never meant like to live, you know, to last long in your formation. And she doesn't last at all. You never put her in there. So there you go. Hey, Zealand. They jammed her up, basically. This is bad. I mean, they reworked her once. I just want to be clear. They did rework her once. It was just a bad rework. And then they never went back. All right, Jamila's done. Next up, Alpha Batomically, Carlaxel.
One of us, one of us, one of us, one of us.
Zergrez, thank you for 3 months with Prime. Much appreciated. Getting real close to that. Where are we at? 145 out of 150 on the sub goal for the month. Can't figure out new Dinar. It says that I should stun 5,000. It's broken. Zealand. I'm not even going to finish reading. It's broken, and they're working on it. Hey, Ceylon. Jamila's in my formation right now, but only because that slot would be otherwise empty. I mean, it might be better empty. She does, unless she's your DPS, she's not doing anything for your formation. And honestly, if she's your DPS, she's not doing anything for your formation. Oh, it's so unfortunate. I think we tried to use her once and it did not go well. Are there things she could complete in a formation? Sure, but it's because everybody else is strong, not that she is worth anything. Yeah, if she's in your formation and she's not needed, then she's actually creating lag, which is bad. She's doing stacks for being there for other heroes. I think you might want to double check. Some variants force you to use it, yeah, but that doesn't mean that that's good for you. Axel, so they tried to use her once. Raven Guard outdid her by simply receiving the same buffs. Yeah. Okay, Jarlaxle Bane Ray. Spoiler. Spoiler. This goes away because we don't care about that anymore. This goes away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Paralysis. How many feet you got, bro? 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, what? Okay, we're at 10. Okay, I counted wrong the first time. Okay. I was like, he wouldn't have gone down. This isn't an Aerosmith video. Alright, Trial-Axle's done. Alright, up next. Makos. Makos. Uh-oh, better get Makos. Somebody said in chat the other day. I get that reference. I get that reference. I remember those commercials. The job's not doing damage. She's amazing out there. Well, it tanked my 5 to 600 Ren variant. Oh, she's not a tank, though. She's not. All right. Neverwinter MMI. Yeah. Blah 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 blah. F2P, that goes away. Echo of Death. DPS, Dark Blood, and Dark Blessing. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 feet. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 feet. Because Immolation got added and I didn't put it in. Okay. Easy to do. All right. Minsk. Or as Justin forever calls them, minks. Yeah, Mako was a franchise. It was all over the place. Terabin asks, is it worth the hassle of unlocking Commodore Crux, Ren, and Windfall? Commodore Crux and Ren, yes. Yes. Windfall, you're going to have to come to terms with that one. Commodore Crux is basically speed running, so you've got to have a really good, like, well-developed speed team to really race you through it. Ren is a reverse spreadsheet, so it's all about just, do you have the champions in question, like enough, good of these champions and well-developed enough to do it. Whereas Windfall is split the party Vegas edition. It's just really bad. There is a cheese method for Windfall that if you have enough damage, like a combination of favor and damage, that you can run it offline, but trying to do it the normal way is just, ugh. Speaking of Crux, at what point is it possible to unlock him? You have to have a well-developed speed team, so you just have to, go try it every now and then. I mean, you don't have to, but basically it's every X amount of time in real time, it's with this weird off real time thing that pauses every now and then. A champion gets removed from your formation, and you have to replace them, and so going fast lets you lose fewer people. So I mean, you could get it earlier, but usually we say get a really good speed team. And yeah, if you were able to complete tier 3 of the current event for Human, like all the tier 3 variants, Human has the carefully balanced buff that basically makes it a 1 kill clear for every area, and that will let you get through Commodore Crux's variant. Honestly, way faster. Yeah, legendary speed potion would help. It would be big, yeah, because it's real time ish speed. It's real time, but in your favor. Is my speed team on the new account good enough now? I don't know. We haven't tried it. It might be. I've got the tier 3 Human buff, so I'd say we've got a chance. We tried it once before, like a while ago, and we got a couple really bad removals. And I think we could have done it a long time ago, like weeks ago, if not for those removals. If I'd tried it again, we might have done it, but I was like, I don't care. I don't care enough. On this account, I didn't care enough. What do you mean by tier 3? No. Hold on. So this is what we're talking about. When we're talking about a tier 3 buff, we're talking about if you hover over this little icon up here at the top, see how it says 3 out of 4 event buffs unlocked? So you complete tier 3 in the event. And then it says increase the effect of Human's carefully balanced ability by 2400%. It's enormous. It basically maxes out. It overmaxes his ability. It gets you to a 1 kill clear. So like we're at 12 enemies. We're supposed to be killing like 12 enemies on most of these, but we're just killing 1 because Human's giving us credit for 42. The 1 kill is counting for 42 right now. Yeah, I wouldn't need BBG in here, honestly, right now, but who would I replace them with? I don't have another scavenger. I mean, I know it's a lag thing, but who would come in? Let's save this as gem farm. And switch, nope, wrong button, Garland. Switch this over to gem farm. Would there be somebody else? Would there be? Could there be? Won't you be my neighbor? I don't think there is. No, not in this current situation. We can just have him not. We can just have him not exist there. No, we got Bobby in. But this is a situation actually where Baldric would actually work. But we got Bobby in getting scales of Tiamat. That's more important. We're up to 51,000. If 51,000 at 84,000, when Bobby caps, Baldric would be the go-to. Yes. Baldric would be the go-to. $20,000 at 60,000 corrupted gems. When Eric caps, then you can put Sentry in. We wouldn't need BBG. So, you know, right now we're doubling up and we're getting a bunch of scavenge stuff. 32,000 scales of Tiamat. What are my corrupteds at again? Oh, I'm almost up to another froggy. Yeah, we're doing good. Doing good. I got Eliwick's deck feed. Is there a limit for gem farming percentage? 100% per card. Yeah. That's what you're looking for. That's the goal you're trying to hit. Is 100% per card. With the feet in. You want to get that that gem feat, the one that's literally called gem, that guarantees you a gem card. And when you start gem farming, then you're going to want the Asteria's love feat as well. I don't care about it until I gem farm. Away. Away, give it away, give it away. Did we have... Yeah, Diners. Do it that way. Oh no, we want to fix this. Wow, they keep spamming that freaking pop-up, don't they? Jeez. Or it feels worse because I'm on 2 different clients, so I'm seeing it twice as much. But Notepad++ it is, yeah. I've always enjoyed Notepad++. So. Maybe 5 options. There we go. I hope not. Did I miss something? I must have missed something. Okay, I'll have to look into that later. Because, I mean, if it's kind of too late at the moment. But I will look that up. Where? Awesome. All right. You got Diana. Which gear do you want to shiny? Root. Hold on. She's 9. Oh, I can't tell on this account. 2. Slot 2. Slot 2 is the one that affects her speed ability. Supply transfer when you last updated. Update again ASAP. Okay, updated. I'm gonna just hit the button again. We'll see if it has anything else for me. Nope. Okay. All right. Windows 11 Notepad is apparently been updated with Copilot. Oh, I don't use that Notepad anyway. Yeah. I only use Notepad++. I just use Notepad++. Yeah. They would have gotten nothing from if it was just getting you access to Notepad++ documents. Or like they would have gotten, I don't know what it was getting you access to, but they definitely wouldn't have gotten anything from me. But who knows? Anyway, because it depends on what it was letting you do, right? As always. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, okay. These all go away. Oh, there was our Ack Inc. as Star Wars characters. List. Who's after Minx? Nayeli is. Nayeli is. Three, 4, 13 feet. 3, 6, 8. 13. Yep. All right. All this goes away. Ugh. Get off my screen. And Tyrrell, tall guy, literally his name. For the final core champion update. Oh, God dang it. Three, 6, not yet, 9. No. All right, 4 champions updated. I'm updated. Ah, okay. Where are we at? 8,000 gems already. I still have. Oh, yeah, he's still in the formation. Does Minsk have voice lines in Baldur's Gate 3? Yeah. Yeah. He can become a companion in your party in Baldur's Gate 3. I say can be because it's not guaranteed.
I thought that's what you meant, Rescue Panda. When you said favor complete, I was like, that's not how favor works. You meant blessings. What I thought. Alejandro's. I saw you post. There were 4 Baldur's Gate games, 1, 2, 3, and then there's a period. I don't understand. Unless you're talking about like the original. I know there was like original Dark Alliance. Wasn't there an original game? I don't know. The recent one was not something I would ever consider. Oh no, the recent one, never mind. The recent one was Companions of the Hall. Was the first one? Oh, I don't know. The one with the Companions of the Hall was so bad. Was there another one with Baldur's Gate characters? Proggy Pigment's limited on the store now? They've always been limited. They've always been limited. You get a stack of 10 every emergence event that gets added to the store. If you buy through them all, then they're gone. Yeah, I know the original one was real bad. Real bad. I mean, the recent one was real bad. The Companions of the Hall, like, Dark Alliance game was just... I knew it was going to be bad when none of the promos actually showed Bruenor doing anything. And then I was still following it, though, just to see what would happen. And then on their social media, they posted a pic, like a meme. They posted a meme comparing Dritz to Joe Manganiello and saying Joe was better, as Joe's voicing one of the like bad guys in the game, and like trying to make it like, of course you'd rather be Joe than Dritz. And I'm like, you do not understand your target audience. This game is gonna just fail. And I unfollowed it. I never looked at, and then after it came out, it was just real bad. They just didn't understand. They didn't understand what people were looking for. I clearly didn't have any respect for the source material. It was bad. I think I'm good with the guide updates for today. Let's close that window. I can only update some. I can only do so much guide updating a day. I still gotta figure out more stuff for the subathon next month. What's the tentative plan for the subathon? Oh, I mean, I'm gonna bring it back up again. So it would start March 1st. It would be based, well, that's a Sunday. So it would start March 2nd. I did that to myself. It would start March 2nd, go throughout the month. End on the 31st. I'd be trying to track new subs, right? Like subs that came in from March 2nd onward. I should be able to filter into my tools. I've got to double check on that. Actually, I don't even know that it would matter. I think we could just, well, no, we would for the goals. It would kind of matter for the goals. So we do new subs, subs, gift subs. For the whole month of March. I've got in here already, like, kind of for a couple of these early ones is, hey, the stream's going to start earlier. So we can start up to 2 hours earlier. If we get up to, you know, at 50, it's the stream starts earlier. At 150, the stream starts 2 hours earlier. And it would be just for the rest of the month. So that would basically give more streaming time, because I'm not doing that. I can't do that whole, hey, here's the timer counting down and you're adding minutes to it and the stream's constantly going. I can't do that. That's not maybe in my 20s I could have done that. Not now. Not now. I'm open to ideas for like other things, like do we want to unlock like evening streams? These are already like at 200. Every 200 increments, there's Sunday sub-day streams. So basically, if you know, I would stream on a Sunday, but it would be like subscribers get to hop into a queue to play games on stream with me, as long as their languages, if it's got a voice, you know, you will get booted if you say inappropriate things, but otherwise, yeah, I'm just play games. Adding timer sounds like a great way to ruin your mental and physical health as well. There are people that do it, and I don't know, they're not, what they'll do is they'll actually stream, like they'll leave the stream on, they'll go to bed and they just leave the stream running, and they'll like set up either a rerun or something. And yeah, mukbangs. Yeah, I mean, eating, I'll do. I won't do a cooking stream because I don't have a way to. I'm not taking the cameras and stuff out into the kitchen. But I mean, I don't have a problem of like having a goal be I don't know, like either a Friday stream where we just keep streaming, like we start streaming early and then we just stream, and I order a pizza or something. I don't have an issue with that, but I don't know where we would put it or how we would queue that up. But yeah, no cameras on me sleeping. No, but I can't. Here's the thing. The other thing is this, my setup is in my bedroom. And if I leave the computer running at night, it gets way too hot in here. Over here, this is already a late night stream. I get it. But, you know, I am in the United States, so it's not really a late night stream. Late night with Gar. I used to do those streams, Lediath. I called them Garwar After Dark. Garwar After Dark, and I'd turn on the mature setting. For sure should have at least 124 hours. I can't. You know, we can get the streams up pretty long if we want. I can add more of these, add an hour, but it's never going to be 24 hours. But usually, you know, most days we're streaming for about 5 hours. So I would up it to like 7. And I did do earlier because I do know there are, you know, people like Europeans and folks further east, let's just say, of us watching that, you know, that would work for. Going later doesn't always work. So we got a couple hours earlier. We could always add another one of those at a higher tier. But I figured add a couple hours early, and then we could always put another one down here. We could have one of these be like Pizza Friday stream. And then I just keep streaming on a Friday and just get a pizza, and then we stream until later. Or actually, because we're starting earlier, it might have to be lunch streams. I gotta figure out how when I'm doing this, when am I eating lunch? I'm gonna have to make lunch just on stream and step away and come back and eat while we're playing. So anyway, yeah, so these are the sub goals, still trying to flesh these out. And I figure between the stuff down here, like between 1,000 and 1,500, it's going to be similar stuff up here, except for I got to find something else other than the starting hour earlies, because we can't just have it be an outrageously long stream every single day of the month. Although I guess if it's towards the end of the month, we could make it longer. Wouldn't be the worst idea. But anyway, we've got a, you know, the dye beard purple, at least 2 weeks worth, and then the 1,500 goal is to then dye it rainbow. So if we would have to at least go 2 weeks of purple, even if we got this quick, and then it would be 2 weeks of rainbow. But I don't know what to do at 2,500. Don't know what the 2,500 would be. We do have the gift subs bonus. So if people gift 20 or more, say 20 plus gift subs at once. We're never shaving the beard. That's not a thing. Pick a game from my library that I would stream for a day on Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. So it wouldn't be on Monday, Wednesday. That's always idle chatter. Already got some people in the queue for that. I've granted them queue access to that. We'll make some lizard clips if people cheer 500 bits. Sounds like work. I do this every day. I don't know. How does it work? I don't know. I mean, this just sets the schedule, right? This one just sets the schedule. The only things that are work are like real work are like, I gotta dye my beard. That's not the worst. I've done that before. This one, the rainbow one, I'd have to find a professional to do that. And then I just sit there while they do it. Oh, it's a lot of planning, sure. But most of this, I mean, look, I already know how to do gifts and giveaways, like via Steam, which is what these familiars would be. I do have to figure out figuring out a queue system for subs for Sunday streams. I do need to figure that out. I think there's one of those in Moobot though. If not, there's a bot that does that somewhere. Currently farming kills with Dark Urge and Torgarn. Welcome to the jungle in Lives of Rixus. Do you know if there's any better variants to do? I'm not familiar with Welcome to the Jungle. Is it a they get knocked down and they get back up again variant? I'm not familiar with it. Hey Valdemar. Because it used to be the best places to farm kills were the variants where, oh, they just keep spawning more until you overrun. Oh, I mean, that would work fine then. Sure. The idea would then be to make sure you don't get overrun, but yeah. Hey, Toy. It's already a substantial list. Yes. Here's another without a hitch promo. Yeah, I mean, that sounds fine. But ideally, you want to make sure you're not getting overruns so that you can sit and farm it forever and ever if you want. I don't know. I don't. Here's the problem with the additive farm stacks is once you're over like, you know, you get up to like EO5, EO6, EO6 is kind of the highest I would ever farm one of those. And then I wouldn't do it again. And you don't want to be spending more than maybe a day. I spent a week once farming Zorbu stacks and I regretted it. It just doesn't. It doesn't. Additive stacks aren't a big deal. Once you get, you know, EO5, the EO5, EO6 range, it's like, okay, you're gonna accrue more. If you're actively using that champion, you're gonna accrue more stacks for them just by playing with them. So, but EO5, EO6 is about where they hit a decent and like an okay power for the investment boost, and then beyond that, it just falls off real hard. Yeah, Valdemar, they came in right after yours. If you had an idea, I haven't posted the list yet, but Lurking Rider had thrown up Dispatch, but I don't own it yet. But I was like, well, we'll see. But Shakira said, date everything, but then was like blueprints, but we'll see much by the time we get there. Same with Kazrin's books, yeah. The way to do Lore Spider says the way to do variant again once you've completed it, assuming you've done it already on all patrons. No, patrons are the way to do variants again. So once they're done forever. One of the things that I was thinking about was like, what? No, just let me click on the freaking website. No, that's... What? Whatever I clicked on doesn't exist. I don't have that anymore. Man, why would you list products you don't have anymore on your website? Oh my God, what? Folks. What? Hold on. They made a Lego Goonies playset. That's One-Eyed Willie's ship. Tons of minifigs. Oh my God. Well, there's the link. Nobody's seen it. Wow. Pricey though. Super pricey. Good Lord. Alright. I was thinking if they had more Lego Dungeons and Dragons stuff, maybe I could do giveaways of that. But all they have is the $360 D&D Red Dragon's Tail thing. Good Lord. Good Lord. That would have to be high up on the on the sub list. Looking Rider says Dispatch actually works on the potato. Nice. I just want a power level tour guard at 2.5 million kills for the last boost. I did that. Yeah. I don't know that it wasn't worth it, but I did that. Yeah. I dispatched it as trigger warnings for several issues themes. Oh, yeah. If that's something that I pick up to stream, I'll have to look into it. We could do it up here though. I'm trying to figure out how to, 'cause I think this would be. Like that? Like a 950? The question is it on Amazon? Would it be on Amazon? It should be on Amazon in different countries. So, yeah. Trolling sub goal where Elven Ear's on stream. Oh. Oh. First off, I don't even own those, but I mean we could have like bad cosplay streams, because that's what it'd be. I mean, if I just put on a choose a pair of Elven Ears, it'd be a bad cosplay stream. Oh, I don't know, Lick and Ratter. I'm just saying. I'd have to look that up. I don't know that I have a blonde wig. I have to get one of those too. That would look really weird with me with this beard and then a big blonde wig and ears like a Legolas cosplay. I know that doesn't make sense, but whatever. I mean, I've still got my Brig cosplay. I've still got my Brig stuff. We could do a Brig cosplay for a stream as a goal. Ended up having that trail fail overnight. Status says your previous campaign is waiting on players to complete. Oh, that means they just need to log in. Still need to get something from the last one? No, not if you started another one. No, you got to wait until you get your rewards. Oh no, Ron. The game needs to be better about that. Absolutely 100%. But you don't start a new one until you get the rewards from the old one. This is probably the third or fourth time I've seen this comment in the last month. So it's something that people are running into. Always collect your rewards. You basically got to wait. Does the box about your does it say you can collect your rewards? I mean, well, you have to wait and see. But usually you don't want to start a new one until you've collected the rewards from the old one. With regard to subathon, someone I follow had a redemption for 200 squats in hour 23 of a 24-hour stream. Oh, ended up in the hospital with kidney failure. Yeah, no, I'm not doing 24-hour streams, so it's definitely not happening. We've added a couple hours to the streams for the whole month as a couple of these goals. The most would be adding 3 hours total to the streams starting earlier, so the streams would just start earlier. What do you mean cosplay? That was the real Brig Hellclaw. $1K is reset. Yeah, that's firm. Yeah, that's a firm number. Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. 1K is reset. 2,000 is 100% the game. 3,000 is get back to 9 jump rib. If we get there, but those are the goals. If you get there, I won't show like these goals unless we hit 1,000. I guess probably I'll probably make like a graphic for this and then yeah. All right, Lydia, thanks for hanging out. Enjoy your weekend. So that's a pretty big. This would be a pretty big giveaway. At 950. What else could there be? There's a Lego Ornithopter from Dune. Could be fun. That could be a fun giveaway. Oh, some people are getting real smart and they're selling themed display cases to go with some of these Lego kits. That's super smart. That's super smart. Do that one like here. Gems are we up to? 16,000 gems. That's another notary pop. Notary pop. Well, or not. Game's like, no. No. You shall not, notary. What do we get? Imp Brigade for Havilar. Alright. Alright. 190, please. 190, please. 192. Nice. Almost 11 hours left on the legendary potion, so we're good there. Let's Let's see if we can get another natural beat. Nope. No. All right. We are 8 hours out on starting the next trials run, which means I'll have to try to remember to start it tomorrow when we're not streaming. We need to do a forge run though. Where? Where, oh where shall my forge run be? Okay, so 2. Torn. We already did Kellenborn. We already did Helm, clearly. 1 in Tiamat. 1 in Coralon. That's done. Okay, so it's probably Torm. Looks like a Torm run. Alright, so let's get rid of this. Mad Wizard, please. Hi, I would like Mad Wizard, please. Both of those. Railroad. Okay. Yeah, we don't need that there. Okay. And we will throw down hour-long potions. And turn this into a deep favor run, which will become a forge run at the end. Become a forge run at the end. Like over 30,000 kill stacks with Torgar in just 15 minutes, so I guess it's kind of fast. Yeah, seems good. It's just they need so many. So you just got to set it up and, you know, once it's set up right, you do like pop one of these huge potions of speed so that it lasts the entire farm and away you go. Away you go. He would add one to those stacks, but it doesn't, you know, when you have those huge additive stacks, it doesn't matter. Calm, you want split the party as soon as possible. Yeah. Way more important. But I mean, split the party is just collecting the champions, but that's way more important. Yeah. And if you don't have a lot of champions yet, like then you don't have a lot of power and you probably shouldn't be doing a lot of Mert variants. You really just need like 1 or 2 to get access to Time Gate piece early on, and that's it. And that's it. Moving that. Moving this. Yeah, you can flex Carlock in the event for 4. You just gotta wait until next week. Use 3 of your pieces. Yeah, Carlock's in this event. Stage, do I prefer to buff Lae'zel with Bobby or Bobby with Lae'zel? Neither. Neither. What's going on here is hopefully is that Bobby's getting buffed with Lae'zel, but this is just a speed push. I don't care about the damage coming out of it. This is speed and the scavengers. In fact, this should be Eric at the moment. And BBG should be Shandy. Well, we don't actually, it doesn't even need Shandy. Should have been Freely. We'll get Freely in now. But in this situation, to be clear, with this setup, this would be Lae'zel buffing Bobby. Bobby would need to be in the column in front of Lae'zel to buff Lae'zel. This community says, I'm about to head to bed, so I want to set my gem farm up. However, missing a familiar to have everyone I want. That's okay. You just use whatever you got. Humon, Calyx, Whittle, Eliwick, and Thalora, but I could add in Diana or Sentry. You don't need Sentry right now, but, well, I don't know. Did you get the tier 3 buff for Humon yet? So you could leave Sentry out. Put Diana in. Put Diana in for, honestly, for Calyx. Yeah. And then make sure that there are Whittles in the middle of like all of those champions. You want Whittle adjacent to as many champions as possible. Yeah. And that'll be a good mix of stuff for you to automate while you're AFK. Just, yeah, if you're turning off the game, I mean, I feel like they're setting up and going AFK, leaving the game running. If you turn the game off, then it doesn't matter. Speed effects don't work offline or in the background, but yeah. I don't know that they do. That's why I just went with a good overall general speed build. Because the Calyx stuff only comes from the event, so. Really? Oh, you can get the one for 12 and a half. Yeah. All right. Basically, Calyx spawns a favored foe whenever their favored foe isn't present. That just happens automatically. But then they have feats that add extra favored foes to their list, and they will spawn an extra enemy for each of their feats. So they can end up spawning like lots of enemies at once. Yeah, in the right-hand spec. No, that's not FBexel. That's not what Whittle does. You're confusing. I don't know who you're confusing Whittle with. Whittle doesn't spawn numerical waves. The only one that spawns like will. No, I don't know what you're thinking about. Whittle speeds up enemy spawn speed, increases enemy spawn speed. That's the amount of time it takes an enemy to walk from off the screen onto the screen to the point where they can get damaged. It has nothing to do with the waves they're happening. It is literally, it gets them to the insta kill point quicker. The only one that affects waves specifically is Vi. And Vi can go up to however many, like normally a wave is going to spawn with 1 to 3. So Vi isn't doing anything if a wave spawns 1, but does spawn them together at 2 and 3. And then if you have Calyx in, Vi's going to then, all those extras all spawn in one straight line and you kill them quicker. So Calyx would be better for Vi. That's not Whittle. Vi's in 12, Whittle's in 2. Different effects. But Vi doesn't force a number to spawn. She just forces them to spawn walking side by side instead of staggered. Well, I don't know. I feel like there was some confusion in the champions there because that's a vastly different experience. So I'm just pointing that out. How quickly the mobs appear on the screen. How quickly they go from the spawn to the point where they die. Yes. But that's all mobs. That's every enemy that spawns gets that effect. It has nothing to do with numbers. Vi's the one that has to do with numbers.
Is the right? Yes. Hey. Look at that. We all set up. Oh, except for this one didn't save. Well, there's lots of, yeah, that isn't what we're talking about. There's lots of combinations for getting. You'd want Calyx and Tatiana and Melv for spawning massive amounts of enemies if you were trying to kill farm. Or you just go to a variant like we were talking about earlier. Just insta spawn tons of enemies and have 22 waves with her, which means I can reach 22 rush stacks, but we have 110. That'd be my reset wave. Since you're not using Shandy, yes. Like I would do 115. Just make it 115, just in case. And then you're constantly getting the efficiency of Thalora, like max efficiency Thalora. It's gonna be quick. It's gonna be quick runs, but yeah. You'll definitely want to end up getting more favor there in the future. I mean, you're at a point where, like, you know, you're getting some gem farming in while you're offline. It's just not going to be maximally efficient because you just, you know, without all the familiars and without people leveled up. But this is what helps you get there, right? This is what helps you get there. So you start with what you can. You know, make sure each champion is basically optimized. Yeah. I mean, they're going to bed. They can test that later. They were just trying to set up a formation before bed. They can always test. You can always do runs comparing Whittle and Calyx. And whatever champions. You know, do one of them tonight. Figure out write down what your gem farm is tonight. Like, and figure out the times and stuff and that kind of stuff. And see which one works out better. I like to be watching though. I like to have it like, okay, I know I'm going to run it for an hour and then I'm going to look at the number and then... But you know, figure it out. Figure out what your gems per hour are, and just know it's going to change as you upgrade people. Oh yeah, I guess you could just look at how much Modron XP you get. Yeah, then it doesn't matter on your gems, I guess. Do you get Mojo XP on background parts? Yeah. It's just super slow. Because your progress is super slow. But you get it. You absolutely get it. I've leveled up early on when we were running background parties. My modest core was staying on par with my fast core simply because I was only actually running the modest core like 5 hours a day, but the fast core 5 hours a day, but the modest core was running 24 hours a day, so it was staying somewhat equal. But then we hit a break point and we blew it out of the water. Yeah, when you're active playing, you want to be at leveling up that fast core to get it to its automation. But until then, you know, automate with the modest core, and then the fast core will go in the first party, and the modest core goes in the background party, and you go. Yeah, it just takes time. It just takes time. I mean, if you're going to do a loop, it might as well be 50. It doesn't need to be 15. But yeah. But that's for leveling up a core, and you can't really do that. Again, high explosives, you can't, until you have automation, you can't do that. So it's better to just leave it. They're going to leave it on. They're going to run
automation, they're going to level up. It'll level up their monoscore, but it doesn't matter. They're getting gems right now. Once their fast core gets to 3, then they'll switch, right? Yeah, they're still at that point. They're still at the beginning point. No, I don't. Yeah, I don't like that either. But you can do whatever you want. Sure. I'd rather get the gems. I think if you're having to pick one or the other, which doesn't mean that you are. You could always throw the fast core in the background and have a different party on it and level them and let it just grab whatever XP it can. But if you're picking one or the other, I'd rather have the gems. This one still cracks me up. Mad Wizard to this day, with the chonky boy on the ground. I'm gonna have to point this out when we hold on. Right here, there's a chonky boy. It's a big chonky boy. He's on the ground. We step on his face. There he is again. And he's coming back around again. There he is again. He's a happy boy. He's a chonky boy. All right. We need damage. My cows are only E44 in this formation. Oh. Is it better if I go there? No, it doesn't matter. Sword Coast is not great for Catherine. The 55,000 kill stacks in 15 minutes with some tweaks. Wow. I'm missing 130 book stacks. Usually I just look at what it is when I first click over. I don't worry about. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot, right? This one, 160. But no, I just look at whatever it is when I first click them in. I don't worry about the books. Mage armor increased? I mean, I don't worry about that stuff. We get there eventually. Oh, that's just, no, 120 is mage armor goes to everybody. 160 is Uggy buff. Seven minutes per reset. That's fine. Again, you're just trying to make your Thalora efficient for the time being. It's really the only efficiency you can worry about at the moment. Yeah. No, they're not at that point yet. You're getting too far ahead of things. Are you really using it? I wouldn't even use a speed potion. That, to me, that's way too far ahead of the game, but you do you. If you're earning that many gems, go for it, I guess. I don't do that on this account. I don't gem farm with anything but the legendary active. Although it is a legendary. I should, because we have a bajillion reagents, and I don't. Still don't. Well, I put them all that I do that anyway, but I usually need all those just to actively play the game. So I wouldn't spend any. Early on, I wouldn't spend any on anything else because I'm always worried about running out when I'm actively playing. That's where I need them the most, is when I'm actively playing, so I gotta sit here going, like, waiting for something to finish. Oh, I know what I was gonna look for. What? Oh man, I almost found the greatest cosplay item to pick up, and that's not even in stock. Well, then that's pointless. Why show it to me? Why show stuff in searches that isn't in stock? Why? Oh, I don't even worry about Eliwick. Eliwick will get whatever she gets. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, you'd love it, right? But you'll never getting a lot, but it's just you can't rely on it. So what was our favorite? E57. So we're gonna see if we can go. If we I think we can clear into the 60s. Here, we got 65 in Helm, 64 in Kalimvor, but we're one fewer champion here, so it is gonna be close. It's gonna be close. Yeah, Shevik. Yeah, I saw that too. They post on that every time, and every time I'm all like, when are they gonna learn that they need way more? When are they gonna learn? And apparently the answer is never. Now this would be funny. That would actually be funny. All right, Rescue Panda. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. Well, they tried to do, they did the whole cardboard, like making the beds out of cardboard, which was like, that ain't gonna stop anyone. You're just not gonna use the bed. What were you thinking? You don't need a bed. It's so stupid. It was so stupid. Okay, I'm working on. I'm trying to figure out how to do a Brunor cosplay. Let's see. I don't. You know, a funny thing is, I think I have like a write up on Brunor cosplay, but that's like a real Brunor cosplay. I need like a bad cosplay Brunor. Well, they argued the cardboard beds were for sustainability. I get it, but that wasn't it. That wasn't it, really. Okay, it would need to be this one. Why does it have? Every single one of them has those stupid things. Why? Why? Anything like it's just a big horn. But one of them's broken off.
Nope, that's way too small. That seems way too small. I'm trying to find a bad Bruno cosplay, folks. High Explosive says, I need King of Shadows. Anson is tanking here for me. No. Anson doesn't tank. Yeah, Anson doesn't tank. So. Baldric can't do very much in the way of healing. I've got Baldric in a healing spec, and he still can't keep the second row healthy at all. At all. Maybe Anson needs some more positivity in his life to become a real tank. Nah, that ain't gonna do it. Because I'm positive he's bad at tanking. We're up to E58 favors, so I think, yeah, we're hitting 60 for sure. We're hitting 60 for sure. Oh no. Oh no, someone did. Oh my. That one's in stock. They're selling metal dwarf helmets. Oh no. Oh no. No customer reviews. Oh, that scares the hell out of me. Yeah. Sounds like a bad idea. That sounds like a bad idea. Not even the same thing. What are you talking about? Tess is buffing Kazran. Do you not understand, Tess? Tess buffs the columns behind her. She could buff Valentine, but Carlock's doing that. I mean, I guess we get both that way. I mean, that would potentially make it bigger. We can do that for bigger, but saying she's not doing anything is untrue. There, we gave Valentine another stack, but Tess was buffing. Tess was buffing just fine. Just, you know, when you say something like that, and make sure you're saying the right thing. Like, you can have another stack on Valentine if you swap Tess and Carlock. That's a valid statement. Tess isn't doing anything is not a valid statement. How much further? Oh, well, they died once. I didn't even notice. Okay. We're getting closer. And we're basically, this is... Yeah. We're basically at end. 1270s is for Sword Coast? We've come a long way. We've come a long way. Yeah. Damage of all champions in the columns behind her. I actually thought it was in the 2 columns behind her, but it's all columns. So. I'd literally always been trying to place her within 2 columns of Kazrin, but... Okay, there's a death and an overrun. Alright, so... Time to Karlach stack. $390. $391. Okay. Here's our gold farm. Oops. No, there's our gold farm. Oops, we died. Yep. Fine. All right, what do we get to? E66. Nice. Nice. I like that. Yeah, 2 columns is Havelark, definitely. There's a few people that are 2 columns in. So 1274 is looking pretty good. Alright, so then we come over here and it's time to level people up. So we'll level up Valentine first. Take your 5s. Take Kyra to 5. Then we come over here. Let's see, I don't even care. These are probably... We go 7. I'm not worried about what their actual buff is. I'm just getting them to 7. All right. Everyone's at 7s. We're good. That was our run, and it took us 25 minutes, folks. Is that right? No, 36. Potions suck as timers. 37 minutes. There we go. That's not bad for a deep push. And now, actually, I mean, we could see just how much more power it's giving us. Look, now we're clearing again, right? We're not going to gain any more favor, to be clear, because we burned all off our stack of favor, but our damage is now gone up quite a bit. Well, enough that we can go back to pushing. It hasn't reflected here fully, but... So we're killing easier now. Anyway, alright. I'm done with that. I used up all my scales? No. I used up all my favor. We're at that point. We're at the point where we use up all of our favor, not all of our scales. If we hop back in real quick. I've still got 13,000 scales. So I used like 18,000. That's where we are. We used like 18,000. This is a lot. So we need to gain some more. That was pushing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 7. 6 of them to 7, but 2 of them went from 1 to 7. We could top these off to 7s if we wanted. Yeah, I'm not sure. This one makes more sense to me because it's almost all of, it's almost every, I mean, they go in sometimes in a 10-person. So yeah, getting this group to 7 would be a good next choice, but I need more scales for that. So we got to rely on Bobby delivering some. He's only got about 30,000 more to give. And then our next trials run. So, all right, hop out of here. It was worth the time, though. We just gotta slowly and surely keep doubling those effects. Every time you upgrade, it doubles. So we went from 5 to 6, that doubled the power. 6 to 7, doubled the power again. On all of those legendary effects. Whether they apply or not isn't something we're being sticklers about at the moment. But I could now come over here and go, this one's fine, all champs. This champ formation with the evil alignment. This one we would potentially reforge. Is our timer back? It is. Human champions. Catherine's human. Dex 15 is bad for us. Male champions is bad for us. So well, hold on. So the evil we at least would be getting a stack of. The damage of male champions is the real bad one. Okay, so we would want to reforge here. Thanks. Okay, thanks. At least there's the potential someone in the formation could give a stack of that. So I don't know what exactly you're trying to ask, Ethel. Can you be a little more clear? Are you talking about that legendary effect? It would, yes, it would count. It would count what cast does. Or at least it should. Well, it depends on what it depends on what specifically it says. I wasn't reading it too close. Increase the damage of all champions by this for each champion in the formation with an evil alignment. This one Cass would help with. This one Cass would help with because it would stack up. Also, this one down here, increase the damage of all champions by 40% for each champion in the formation with an evil. Oh, that is the one we're doing. It's just leveled up. Never mind. So there's the power. We started at a 40% per, and now it's at 2,560% per. But it says for each. That's for each. So this is a counting one. It's not a increase the damage of all evil champions. Like that then, well, that would work too, but it would have a different value. That would have a different value. It's just an additive stack instead of a multiplicative stack, which is fine because multiplicative in those legendaries would just be destructive. Oh, is that a bug right now? That they're not working for the added tags? Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would. As long as they know it's a bug. Cross your fingers. But yeah, the evil one is fine. Like it's not one I would need to re-roll right away. Like then now I'm to the all male champions one had to be re-rolled because Kazrin's the DPS. For the group, so or for that formation that I'm running. And then I just need to look and see if like there's the other one is the Dex 15. So then I need to count tags, like how many evil tags versus how many Dex 15 are there, and then
Figure out which one's the bottom of the totem pole, or excuse me, which one's the lowest buff option and current buff option, and try to reroll that one. Do male, female apply to non-binary? No, because non-binary is non-binary. They don't apply to it at all. So none of those male or female buffs would affect like Warden or nerds. And if it's counting the number of them, it would count them either. So. Email says the codes have gone out, and they're right. Here's your weekend chest, folks. It's the gold infernal iron chest. Gift from Mako, Sashar, Briv, the Dark Urge, and Karlach. I will pop that chest. Nope, didn't get any. Oh well. Yeah, I was crossing my fingers, but didn't get what we needed. I never. I ever use one of these? For some reason this. I did, okay. So it's on my main account that I didn't use that one. The Trials adventure is waiting for me. Oh, yay. This is my excited voice. It's a Trials adventure. Oh, no, I took my Modron core out. I'm like, why didn't it load everything in automatically? Because you took your Modron core out. You silly goose. There we go. Yep, that's where that was supposed to go. Okay. What's my weekly offers? A free clairvoyance potion. Oh, somebody asked how much you might get a golden epic earlier. I got one here that's for $6.72. But that's only a blue discount. Let me see if I can get a better discount. Purple, $5.04. So an epic, like a purple discounted golden epic is about $5.04. That should be the normal. See if I can re-roll it into a legendary. I did get legendary, but it went to a familiar. I just got an 80% off golden epic. It took it down to $336. $336. That's when it's like, you might as well buy that one if you got the platinum. I don't have the platinum on this account, but there you go. Oh, it was hidden by the double. I forgot that it was double screen. Oops, sorry. That's okay.
I'm thinking we gotta do like a bad Brunor cosplay as one of these goals. For whatever reason, finding a helmet that actually matches Brunor's is actually really difficult. Oh. Pirate Brunor. It might be easier, but I was thinking other Brunor. Bad Pirate Brunor cosplay would definitely be easier. But yeah, getting a helmet that looks even remotely like this. I don't even care about the parts that come down over the cheekbones, but getting a white horns and a gray metal is that doesn't, I don't know why. It just doesn't seem to be something people make. Yeah. See if I can find. There's gold, like a fake gold metal. I don't want that. I mean, that kind of looks. It's closer. I love the crocheted, like the knitted, the knitted stuff that's like, it's a beanie, but then it's made to look like a horn helmet, and then it has like yarn beards. Those are hilarious. Those are hilarious. I wonder how many people team dressed as the companions for Halloween. Weren't there outfits at like, didn't they do official D&D costumes? Maybe I should be looking for one of those. I know they did one for Dungeon Master. Oh, people would totally want to see me doing a Dungeon Master cosplay. I should look for that. I should look for that too. Just trying to find this first one. It'll be challenging, I know. Alright, well, this will work. Alright, I finally found one that'll work. I just gotta cut off part of the horn. Whoops. Did I say that? That might be the problem, Axie, if they're calculating legendary effects before alignment changes, but that seems problematic. That seems like then if you drag and drop someone in a formation, it should force recalculation of everything. Should. That's okay, that's hilarious. Well, there's elf ears. It threw elf ears at me right away, folks. Rude. Rude. Okay. Interesting. There's actually a license. Huh. Interesting. There's like a place that sells actual decent looking stuff. But just generically. It's not not trying to represent a specific character. What about Alf ears? No. I don't even think that's a thing. They probably already did that, Maxie. I mean, I would think anybody doing testing would jiggle their formation a bit due to all the issues that the game has. There's an inflatable beholder costume. I can't stream in that. But it exists, folks. I'm guessing Dinar with gearing up more than Brother Uriah or Birdsong. Well, so Dinar doesn't have an item for his strongest ability. So, I mean, you want an item for the spec choices, but honestly, his strength is in the ability to add stacks to other people. A red dragon costume. Yeah, it's the decisionist is the strongest thing. So without that, it's like. Yeah, here's dungeons and okay, they did. I swear, I thought for a second I had hallucinated. There definitely was a Spirit Halloween Dritz one. I think there was a Dungeon Master too. Okay. Let me guess that they don't carry those anymore, right? They don't have the Dritz one, so that was limited time, I guess. Yeah. Dang it. Should have bought one back then. Yeah, that's what it is. So it's Dungeon Master, Dritz, and then it's Caddy Breeze is the female one. But that was a long time ago, I guess. And now 2020. There you go.
Yeah, you'd have to get them like from eBay now. Yeah, people sell them. Man, I haven't used eBay in I don't even know how long. There's no one's selling the Dungeon Master one. Someone's selling the Dritz one. Adult smalls, that would not work. So yeah, I should have bought them back then just to have them and be like, ha. At some point, oh well. Can't do that. Can't add that to the list. That's unfortunate. Fortunately, it's still easy to get a pair of cat ears and a wheel of brie to be catty brie. That would be like, yeah, that would be the horrendously bad. That would be misconstrued cosplay? Misunderstood cosplay. You'd have cat ears and you could do the whiskers and stuff thing, and you just got a thing of brie and you're like, catty brie. Maxie, that's what I was trying to do, is I was gonna have a wear a costume on stream, yeah. For March. For the subathon. Gar wanted a silken hair elven ear dwarf cosplay sub. Well, no, that was not the thing. Dress up as a wolf and I can be Wolfgar. Oh no! See, these are funny. I mean, the Catty Brie and the Wolfgar. I mean, we could do that to a certain degree. Yeah, there's some Critical Role costumes, I think. I thought there was a Molly Mock and Jester, but let me go look. Maybe they all. Oh yeah, there's a Jester one. $150 each? Good lord. I didn't know that Spirit Halloween had anything that went up that high in price. Oh my god. No, Maxie, I never shave the beard. Ever. Ever. The Molly Mock one, you know, is about $150. No, the beard stuff is dyeing my beard different colors. Those are on, that's on the sub goals. Put a square hole on the screen and you've got our... Doesn't, I mean, I'm already in a square hole. I'm already Artemis cosplaying. Oh no. Oh no. It's still inexpensive to be Matt Mercer. Just call it, just go back and forth between calling it Sigil and Sigil over and over again, and then, yeah. What's the break point to have a Volo cosplay? They don't have that costume out, so. Plus, how do you dress like a hack? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand how you dress like a hack. I don't even remember what Volo looks like. honestly. Hold on. Really don't. Where is he? There he is. Oh, he's got that poofy hat. I'd need a wig too, and then like the ruffle thingy. I don't know. I don't even know how to go about finding that stuff. A t-shirt with plus. Well, that stuff's easy to do, but I'm not making anything from scratch. It'll never happen. Much as I have so many ideas for actual cosplays I'd love to do, but I've just never been able to get myself to make them. Someone made a capture system out of the square hole thing. You click and drag all the pieces to the spot they belong, but they all go in the square hole. Surely Vola looked different before 5e. Even if they did, we'd be, this is Idle Champion stream. It's 5e. We'd be trying to do 5e looks. But yeah, I was trying to fill more of this in. Trying to fill more of this in. All right, Chevik. Also, did you post a link to the... Was it the wrong link? Like, when is the F1 I thought I saw an F1 video, and then I didn't see it, and I didn't know if it was the wrong one or something. I don't know. Did they have the next F1 weekend? I haven't been paying attention at all. How's our gem farm doing? 14,000 gems. It's time for a notary. Time for a notary. Pitch inspiring leader. All right, whatever you say. That's what I thought. I thought Bahrain thing was going on. The test, but I could be wrong. $198, almost there. No, I'm not. Yeah. Like, I think if we reset, which is what 1,000 is, probably gonna try just using the Tales of the Champions, which would mean I would be a cast. I would start off as a cast main. I mean, just see how well that worked. The thing is, I'm gonna have a bunch of champions. Even if I reset this account, my main account, I'll have a bunch of champions because I bought a bunch of packs over the years. So, oh, so it's not yet 103 hours. 103. Okay, so it's next week. Next week. Okay. No, Shevik says they're testing at the moment. Okay, I don't know then. I will wait until Shevik posts something that works right. I'm not gonna go looking. Ugh, oh no. Why am I yawning? Oh. Probably because there's a lot of CO2 in the room. I didn't do it. So March 6th is the first. Okay, I just gotta have I just got to remember that I need to have Apple TV by March 6th. Let's do Brig Hellclaw. Cosplay stream. At 250. I think that's what it is. I think in the US that they it was on ESPN, and there was a whole big thing about it going to Apple. Because I was ready. ESPN was so bad the last couple of years about consistently showing stuff like the practice runs and like the free practice and sprints and stuff. They just weren't always showing them. Like it was always through paid service. That I was getting ready to get an F1 subscription anyway. And then they announced that it was leaving ESPN and all going to be on Apple, which was like, all right, whatever. One sub equals artist fame. No. Because I mean, the reality is by the time you get to like, when we reset the account, we're just playing through again, and then 100% of the game is at 2,000. So that means that's the goal, is to try to 100% the game. Who knows? I don't know what group we'll be using at that point, or what primary DPS or what. Who knows? I kind of because that's going to take a while to get to. And I don't necessarily want to restrict anything in regards to that. That could be problematic. Okay, so we could do a Brig cosplay stream. Who else? Oh, I was like, I remember doing another bad cosplay for Halloween. Who was it? And then it dawned on me. It was Bob Ross. Yeah. I did a bad Bob Ross. We did Bob Ross. All of our formations are just happy little accidents. Just throw them wherever you want. Throw the champions wherever you want. It's okay. Wolfgar is funny. I'm still. I was just trying to think about what I already had, what we've already done. Looking right, I'm guessing that's like a UK or an EU thing. I don't know what that is. What about Gosrick? I don't. Gosrick's a gnome? Where there's Gosrick. Once again, I'd have to get pointy ears. That's an Australian beer. Okay. How many subs for a permanent placid plastic ducks window? Permanent is never. But like for the month of, or whatever's left of March, and we could always do something like that. Here's the problem is, well, I mean, one of these things down here is 20, you pick the stream the game that's getting played, and I had always just figured Idle Champions would go in the picture-in-picture window. So, yeah, I don't know that we would do that. I could really do that because then it would override Idle Champions. And this is kind of this is, if you can't tell, this is an Idle Champions themed subathon. I wonder if, I could, I have to be very careful about having too many. I need to redo my overlay, and having too many games showing up at once would be problematic. How many subs for me to complete Tails content with War Duck? I don't understand. Why is it just Tails content? Oh, because it's War Duck Tails? Woohoo. Ugh. Oh, God. Here's the thing. I'm gonna have War Duck after a reset because I bought War Duck the skin, so that'll give me the champion. So even after the reset, we will have War Duck. We're just not gonna have any item levels or gear or anything. Leandros, do these sub goals correspond to the money you make from sub? I'm not sure what you mean. So, like, are you worried that a $6 familiar is going to break me at 100 gift subs? We were talking about this the other day. It's basically, it's 50% usually roughly of whatever the sub cost is. So, like in the US now, I think it's $6 for a sub, but you know, I always just figured $2.50. Back when it was $5 a sub, it was just $2.50. So I always do my math based off $2.50 a sub. But that isn't even how it works now because now there's regional pricing, so sub values fluctuate. I'm just like, hey, any of these, you know, here's the thing, a $6 familiar after 100 subs is, I mean, if I feel like if it is $2.50, then that's $250, and then I'm doing a giveaway for $6. But if it's from some other region, I mean, I don't know. Hopefully people don't like try to VPN their way through subs, but well, I don't even know if that would work. I don't know. Yeah. Whatever happens, happens. Whatever happens, happens. I've tried to set things up in a way that aren't going to, you know, screw me over financially, but I guess somebody could go out of their way, potentially. That's, I don't know. Play tape to tape again with a picture of War Duck. You can call that stream the Mighty Duck. No. Nope. It does. I saw another content creator proposal. Okay, then all of this is subject to change. We'll see. We'll see. And basically, what would go away is this. This would go away. Like giving that away, giving this away. I would still do the familiars. I don't have an issue with the familiars. And the rest of the stuff that's in here. The big giveaways would go away. But yeah, there is regional sub pricing, so what I'm getting out of it is different values, but I could find a different way to do that, I guess. Trying to think about how that would work. Let me see. Hold on. Where was I? I was coming over here. Where is my dashboard? I mean, I get an updated. Get a fairly accurately updated, like fairly regularly updated dashboard on in terms of earnings, like which says I'm earning, which is them knowing what, you know, what prices of things were put in. So I can always verify stuff based on that, I guess. Yeah, the Mighty Ducks dropped the Mighty part after they, I think they originally were owned by Disney, along with the Angels. Can't remember if they still own them or not. I think that might have changed because they don't. They aren't anymore. It's now like the Anaheim Angels or something. It was originally supposed to. Oh, it's supposed to be the like originally at some point it was like the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Oh, that was really weird. And then it was the Anaheim Mighty Ducks. But no, it's not. No, Maxie, I wouldn't do that. But familiars are gifted through Steam. That's fine. It's literally like $6. Not a big deal. Actually, Snug right now is on sale, but normally they're actually both on sale right now. Normally they're about $6. I'm not worried about that too much. Yeah, isn't it pronounced gooey duck? But it's a clam. Yeah. Really strange looking clams too. But yeah, the digital, so the Steam stuff is fine. I had looked, and basically this is, if you have Amazon, if you have your own country's Amazon website, then you could enter a giveaway like this. I could go to that country's website and buy it and have it shipped to you. That was the idea. But I can pull these. People are super freaked out about it. I mean, I know streamers that do this kind of stuff regularly. I can put those down there for now. Figure out, I don't know, some other way to do that. Who knows? But yeah, I already looked into this. Some countries just require prepaid cards for it. But yeah, the gooey duck is another kind of one of those words where it's like, what were they? That's not even close to the way it's spelled. That's not even close to the way it's spelled. What are they talking about? Yeah. All right. I'm staring at that isn't going to help me. Has that got a pronunciation that doesn't look like it either? Oh, it's supposed to be fish. That's, yeah, no. Just because someone says, hey, some of these letter combinations make these sounds doesn't mean then you just change the way fishes spell. I understand how it comes from. I'm just saying that's not really how that works. So, but whatever. Are we to 7,000? Yes, we get a froggy. Yay. Yay. Where's the froggy going? We put one on. Oh, we were putting them on the fallbacks. So who would missing? Where's Tess? Right. Am I losing it? Clearly. She doesn't have any epics. That's why she's not here. Normal time tomorrow. Yeah, it's just the CNE stream tomorrow. It's Saturday. Nothing else. We did a couple of Saturday pop-up streams in a row, and this weekend I'm not. I'm not. So, where do I put this? I put too many on Carlock. Because it was back when we were going to be Carlock maining. It made sense. And then the fallbacks became the main. Let's put one on Valentine again. Nothing makes sense. Chicken tikka masala was invented in Glasgow. I mean, Caesar salad was invented in Tijuana. Pizza, I don't think pizza was invented in Italy. Yeah, it's I grew up with that Valdemar Night Road being pronounced as Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire. That is not. There are going to be people that swear that that's how you pronounce it. But... no. Yeah, it's Worcester. Worcester sauce, but that's not how it's spelled. Definitely not how it's spelled. Worst, no best. Oh boy. Now I'm getting hungry though. Good thing it's almost dinner time. Don't be a brat.
Also, buoy is not buoy. Why not? I mean, I know it's not spelled B-O-O-E-Y, but it is pronounced buoy. Because boy is B-O-Y. We all know this. We all know this. This is understood. I mean, I could change. I'm trying to think about like get around people trying to game the system, which I don't know. I mean, I guess there's people out there that would do that. I could change it to like stream income values. Then it would count. It would count subs. It would count gift subs. It would count prime subs. It would also count bits. It would also count ad revenue, which then is a little weird, but it would. It would. It would even count ad revenue off of Turbo. Yeah. Well, look, other countries say things differently. That's not the point. The point is, I literally grew up on a sailboat. Like, I spent the first 7 years of my life on a sailboat. Buoy's hard-coded. Buoy is hard-coded. Well, I'm trying to figure out what I'm averaging currently right now on subs. Like, just it's about like $2.30. So there are people who are subbed at, well, but I mean that comes up with their costs and who knows, whatever. But yeah, there are people that are subbing that are a little lower. But again, with the revenue split, I always did the math as around 250. A little under, that's like 240 basically is my average, but that counts like prime subs too. I don't know how much they give for prime subs. I always thought it was 250. I could be wrong. Anyway. All right, Valdemar, thanks for hanging out. Taylor says, I used to work on a ship next to a ferry lane, so it was moving all day long, so I get land sickness when I got home. Yeah, I bet. Yeah. You get used to all the movement, and then suddenly there isn't any. Mm. Now I'm wondering, I see, I've always heard it Newcastle, but now I'm wondering if it's like Folksel. Dang it, Larry Ryder. Helix 2400% is underwhelming. Why would you think it would have been? What is there? Hold on, now I gotta go look. I wouldn't have expected. Yeah, it's Chameleon Carapace. It's not their Unorthodox Alliance is the one that you want. The tier 4 one is the one that you want. Because none of the, I mean, the others aren't like speed. It's just regular buffing. The tier 4 is the pre-stack one, right? Yeah, that's how you can tell just from by looking at the buffs whether it's a pre-stack or post-stack. Is if it's a pre-stack ability, it's got 100%. in the event buffs. It could be multiplicatively stacking, but you can be multiplicatively stacking and be post-stack, which it is. It is my recollection. There you go. Pull them up. Unorthodox Alliance, I think, is the only. Yeah, Chameleon Carapace isn't a pre-stack. It's not a pre-stack ability. Unorthodox Alliance is their pre-stack. How do I make this be? There, like that. Okay. Changing up how my... Why did it do that? Oh, dang it. Yeah, see, that's correct. Right. Stupid Twitch. Stupid Twitch. All right. Because if I were to do it that way, I'd have to have I just have to make sure that it's tracking just March's revenue. Trying to come up with ways to do this and to not screw myself. I would be able to I would like to do the giveaways, but definitely don't want to get screwed over by somebody who's a bad actor. Yeah, so Chameleon Carapace is a nice buff. It's just it's like Carlock, where it builds its power without caring about any kind of item support. So. 10,000 gems again. All right. I'll continue to try to think of things that go on the subathon list that aren't going to screw me over. Now, thanks. Now I got to think about that. I was not thinking about that. It's fine. It's fine. It'll be fine. So tomorrow, over on the Cena Games channel, I'll be doing the tutorial show. It'll be Grand Revel Part 2. We'll talk about Dinar and all the extra flex champions I didn't talk about last week. And the streams will be off for the rest of the weekend. I'll be back on Monday. We will continue. Next week, we'll continue updating the Evergreen. We'll start with the Evergreen champion guides. Well, Mandalore, there's also, in the US we have Cairo, Mississippi instead of Cairo, right? Amarillo, Texas instead of Amarillo. Sure. Moreland West, five steps across the quad. But you've also got, like, it depends on where you are and what the language of the people that lived there spoke, because there's a Miami, Florida, but it's Miami, Oklahoma, and it's because of the Miami Indians. So, or Native American tribe, excuse me. But yeah, all about what the actual word was referring to in the first place. But it throws people off. All right, we're out of here. Thanks for hanging out. If I don't see you tomorrow, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Bye, everybody.